Hello everyone and welcome to another Pulusan stream. Tonight I am returning to SuperCollider 2. So, for those of you who might need a refresher, it's been a while since the last stream. SuperCollider 2 is an older version of the SuperCollider audio programming environment and language, which runs on Mac OS 9. And I've slowly been working on this project of creating a SuperCollider 2 and Mac OS 9 based live performance system. And to that end, in the previous parts I practiced a little bit of SuperCollider 2. I got this iBook G3, which can run Mac OS 9 natively, and which the idea is that would be the performance laptop. Some challenges I ran into with that was that it's not a very powerful CPU in that machine, so I was already running out of CPU after just making a few patterns playing at a time, and nowhere near anything that would make up a whole track. So then I had the idea that, okay, maybe I'll take that as a creative, limitation that spurs creativity, because that's a thing, of course. But it is really challenging to work with that CPU. And so I've been thinking for a while about maybe trying to get a slightly newer old Mac that can still run OS 9 and SuperCollider. And in fact, yesterday I found it. So on the Finnish used things marketplace website, tori.fi, someone was selling a iBook G4, which I think it's like a 1 GHz CPU, G4 CPU, and yeah, it's quite a lot faster than the G3 I have, and it was a really good deal, so I bought that straight away, and I'm still waiting for it to arrive. But that should hopefully get me towards something that I can really build tunes on and use live. And in fact, I think that's going to be quite a bit more powerful even than the G4 desktop I'm working on here. I'm not sure exactly how desktop and laptop GPUs compare, but I think this is like 500 megahertz, and then yeah, a gigahertz is double that, and even if it's not quite double in practice, it should be still faster. So yeah, looking forward to that. That should be arriving next week. There is one little challenge with that, which is that that model does not actually officially run Mac OS 9 natively. However, I found this, which is a unofficial way to do that. I really like this guide, it's very cute. But this person basically walks you through all the steps you need to do. There's a custom version of macOS 9 that's modified to run on various unsupported CPUs, mostly GeForce, I think. And yeah, there's some prerequisites, but yeah, I can get all of this. There's a list of things that don't work. 2D acceleration, strange window behavior, but these can be fixed by installing this ATI extension that was linked above. Then we're not gonna get 3D graphics. Well, hopefully that's fine. I don't think I need that for anything in this context. LCD brightness control, okay, unfortunate, but I can live with that. Airport, well, that wasn't practically working on the other iBook either, because it needs a pretty old type of Wi-Fi network to connect to. USB ports run at 1.1 speeds, that's fine, I just need like... No, wait, that might actually be a problem. Because it depends on whether the internal audio output works with SuperCollider. If not, which was the case on the iBook G3, I had to use a USB audio interface, and I think that requires USB 2. So this could be an issue, I don't know yet, we'll have to try it out when it arrives. Firewire runs at 400 speeds, also fine. Yeah, worst case, I might have to get a Firewire 400 audio interface. I actually have some, but I don't know if they work with OS 9. And then NVRAM values required for booting. That's a bit of a hassle because NVRAM can get reset, I believe, when the machine is not connected to power for a while. But I imagine if I dual boot OS 10, then I can have a script on the OS 10 partition which sets these up again, so it should be alright. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff you have to do here. Not really gonna go through it in detail right now because I don't have the machine, but you know, interesting stuff if we can get it working eventually. But that's enough about that. So tonight I am working on the PowerMac G4, and yeah, what are we doing tonight? I was thinking that, yeah, something I talked about on previous streams was this spawn unit generator that is a thing in SuperCollider 2, not in 3, I believe. And that seemed like a really useful thing, but also a little hard to wrap my head around how it actually works. And I don't know, I've been kind of avoiding looking into that deeper and actually figuring it out, so maybe tonight is when I will do it. Then, more generally, I would like to just set up a kind of audio workflow here in macOS 9. So one thing I am missing is a audio editor. So let's actually start with that, because I asked about audio editor recommendations on the Macintosh Garden Discord. And they did actually recommend something that you might even be familiar with, even if you're not a retro Mac person, namely Audacity. So there is a version 1.0.0 that actually runs on OS 9. And if you've been worried about the recent developments in Audacity where there was this whole controversy about them maybe adding telemetry, then with this version that's not gonna be an issue, I'm pretty sure. So I'm just gonna go ahead and download this. Oh wait, that's that's just the MD5 checksum. I don't really need that. I mean, it would be good practice to verify your checksums, but I don't even know what you would use for that on OS 9. So here it is. Okay, file associations are broken, as they often are on this machine for whatever reason. But that's fine. Here we go. Let's actually put this in Applications, macOS 9. And then we can make an alias in this apps folder. Arrange by name. Oh, it looks like there's actually even some VST support here. And it comes with Freeverb, that's cool. Okay, let's try to run it. Oh wow, what an interface. So I guess this was designed back when OS 10 was maybe had just come out, so people were really into these pinstripes and 3D bubbles and drop shadows and, you know. But this is nice. We have an audio editor. Oh yeah, I had actually some samples I wanted to bring over to this machine. They are in samples. I wonder if it'll download by just clicking. Okay, it actually plays it. Option click works to download. There we go. So these are all WAV files, and I'm not actually sure if SuperCollider 2 supports that, or if we'll have to convert to AIF. But first let's put this in some nice folder, which actually I'm just gonna put them on the folder on the desktop. One folder for all my SuperCollider stuff, and then we can view it as a list. Call the folder samples. And drag them in there. So it's just a few random drum samples that I collected during the 5 minutes preceding the stream. Just something to try things out with. Okay, and now I think I will actually mute the background music so we can get started with audio work. Let's try just opening one of these samples in Audacity. For example, this one. Oh, I guess drag and drop there won't work. Maybe onto the app icon. Okay, no, that. Oh, hi, hello, Eleanor. And Eleanor says, love 3D bubbles. And yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, they do look a little bit dated, I guess, but I don't know. There's just this special place in my heart for them. Maybe just via open. And something that always trips me up is that the desktop is the top level folder on Mac OS 9, although it's actually not. It's like a fake folder that combines the desktop folders of all your volumes, I guess. Okay, so we've successfully imported a kick sample. It sounds kind of bad. Is it supposed to sound like that? I don't remember, but it seems a bit wrong. Okay, yeah, definitely not sounding right. Let's see here. Also, let's check if I have any stuff running. Well, nothing that should be using CPU. Playback device built in, that's correct. Sample rate looks correct. Yeah, this is not sounding good. Let me try one of the other ones. Maybe a hi-hat. Okay, that sounds better. I wonder what the difference is there. I'm gonna try the other kick. Okay, that sounds fine. And now this one sounds fine as well. Okay. So I don't actually have anything I need to do with these samples. I think they're just fine the way they are, unless I need to convert them to AIFF. But I thought I would just check out the features of this version of Audacity a little bit. So it seems like there is a fade out. That's very nice. I mean, it's gonna sound the same pretty much in this case. Maybe if I add fade in instead, we can hear it more clearly. Yeah, so it's a little softer. Right, then there is a number of these will actually be familiar to anyone who uses contemporary Audacity, so some things have not changed. There's reverse, that's nice. FFT filter. Oh, actually, I want to try the reverb. I wonder if it's gonna add a tail. I guess not. I'm not quite sure how that worked. Okay, shift and zoom tool. Maybe I have to select a bit more of this. Oh yeah, I had the dry level all the way down to 0. Or minus infinity, I guess. So it does not extend this whole thing. But maybe I can just insert silence. Let's add a few seconds here. 3. And now I guess I can reverb and hear a bit of the reverb tail. Yep. That's a reverb, alright. Okay, this is nice. I do notice there doesn't seem to be a normalize function. Unless it's under amplify. No. Oh wait, is it actually? Okay, let me try this out. So if I set the amplification a bit lower, now if I raise this and have don't allow clipping. Okay, don't allow clipping just means that it's not even gonna let me run the amplify, so I guess I have to like manually find a value that's as loud as possible without disabling this OK function, and then that is basically normalization, but okay, it's not as convenient as an automatic normalization, but at least it can be done. Right. I am interested in trying out other audio editors for macOS 9. If anyone has any suggestions, let me know in the chat or comments once this video goes on YouTube or whatever. Okay, so that's a bit of audio editing, and then I guess we'll go back to SuperCollider. Let me restart SuperCollider because I accidentally closed the post window. Also, this is funny. Every time it warns me that Apple Talk is on, which could interfere with MIDI communication. And this is funny because I'm not using Apple Talk and I'm also not using MIDI, so, you know, whatever, I'll leave it on. Yeah, actually, that's a thing that I spent quite a bit of time on previous streams, trying to get a MIDI controller working with SuperCollider 2, and that turned out to be a challenge because I don't have any controllers that are, or well, at least the controller I wanted to use is not supported by macOS 9. There's no OS 9 driver for it, and the OS does not have like a generic MIDI controller driver. So what I had to do instead, because SuperCollider even in this early version did support OSC input, what I ended up doing was connecting the MIDI controller to my phone, which runs Touch OSC, which converts the MIDI messages to OSC messages, and then those come into SuperCollider via the network. And that works just fine, so it's pretty cool. It does require having a network though, so on gigs I'm gonna have to bring like a Wi-Fi base station and connect stuff to that. But that's fine, I've already done that for various other reasons on my gigs. Okay, but one thing I like to do here is there is a function to force post output to come to this window. Post here always, because otherwise this output is gonna come like after your code and it kind of gets messy that way. So what do we have? Oh, now I'm realizing that I actually should have the OSC thing set up if I want to play this thing. Or maybe not. Okay, I'll just try running that. And then okay, that's not a good sign. Right, so I'm not able to make the OSC output. What if I do that first? Okay. So I think what I will do here is just set up Touch OSC on my phone, and then I can actually use that in place of a MIDI controller. Okay, this phone has run out of battery, that's no good. Just a second, actually, I could put on some music while I do that. Should have done this in advance, of course, but sometimes you forget some details. Okay, I'm gonna need the IP address of this machine. $15. Okay, this might actually have been a lot faster than I expected, so now I think if I run this again, then it should maybe even work. Yep. So on the phone here I have basically an emulation of this MIDI Fighter Twister controller, which is a bit tangled up here right now, so I'm not going to show that. But the idea is that by pressing various of these pads, I can start various elements of the track. Then one of these sliders, I think, was hi-hat volume. Yep. And then there's a little melody. And that is the extent of what I've made with SuperCollider 2 so far. And yeah, I'm gonna recap a little bit more about the main problem with this, which is that all of these patterns are always playing, and then the pads I have, they just like toggle them. They just toggle a mute on and off. So what that means is that it's always using all the CPU power required for all of the elements, even if only some of them are playing. And I was hoping that with the spawn UGen I could make that a little bit smarter, but instead of trying to modify this thing, I'm gonna start from scratch basically and try to learn the spawn UGen in a simpler context. So, well, I should keep the other thing open so I can remind myself of how I did various things. And because this is Mac OS 9, it's a very good idea to save frequently. What's the date today? Yeah, so, okay, then I need to remind myself of how I open the documentation. Command H, well, that makes sense. H for help. And here we have the spawn section. Periodic event spawning. One of the most important and most powerful unit generators. Yeah, I figured. So what this does is spawn new events at timed intervals and mix them to output channels. And yeah, this is a very different way of structuring the code than SuperCollider 3, which I'm used to, so that is why I've been kind of intimidated by this, but I'm sure we can figure it out. So we have new event func, which is the function that returns a graph of unit generators. The function receives as arguments the spawn object, which allows us to change the interval or stop spawning by sending the stop message. So here, I guess, is a way that we could create stoppable patterns, but then the question is, how do you start them again? Okay, but let's try to get some examples going. Yeah, then text number of channels, that's gonna be 2 for our stereo case. Next time, so that's the initial value of the next time interval. And then there's max repeats, which allows you to make a finite number of repetitions. Yeah, so there were some examples here. Let's try to copy this one and figure out how it works. Also, this is funny, all these documents are rich text, so, you know, you copy stuff and you get the styles with it. Then there was a way to syntax highlight, syntax colorize. I wish there was a key shortcut for that, but can't have everything in life. So this is, yeah, I think we played this on a previous stream also. It's, well, it's a little quiet, maybe. I'll just try to boost the volume a tiny bit. Let's say times 1.5 here. Maybe 2.5 even. So yeah, it's this kind of nice resonant noise scape. But yeah, so this is spawning every second basically a noise thing that goes trapezoid envelope. I guess that's kind of, first it rises, then it falls. But yeah, it kind of all blends together, so it's hard to hear like the individual events. Or yeah, events is what we're calling them here. So let's take a look at env. Oh, I think I have to select that. Don't remember what the parameters of line n are. Okay, attack time, sustain time, release time. So let's just set the attack and sustain to 0 and a 1 second release. And now that should give us more discrete events that we can hear. Okay, that's also very, very quiet. I'll boost that a little bit more. Hopefully that's not too much. Yeah, so now we can hear the individual events. And as we specified here, it's spawning one every second. So if we change this to 0.5 instead, we should get more of them, or more often. And well, I have been avoiding actually coding SuperCollider 2 and diving into Spawn. I have been thinking about this as a way to implement some kind of pattern abstraction, which I think we don't have by default in SuperCollider 2. So what would that look like? Okay, let's start by I'm actually just gonna remove a lot of this stuff right now. We don't need the panner in there. This. I wonder if there's like a performance reason why they separate out the envelope specification instead of just putting it in here directly. Or maybe it's just like a stylistic thing, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna condense this a little. Wait. Right, so this 1.0.rand2, I think that was an argument to the panner, because it was like panning randomly every time. So we don't need that right now. Is this right? Okay, now it's all in the left channel, but maybe it could be like so. Oh right, we don't get word wrap here. That did not work. Ah, we don't have this kind of multi-channel expansion. Okay, then I will just add the panner with a pan value of 0. Maybe there's another way to do this, but my keyboard here is a little wobbly, so typing is not the easiest, but I'll manage. Okay, so that's now centered. Right, so my idea was that I would create something like, well, I'm thinking like pbind in SuperCollider 3, which is super, it does a lot of things. So maybe like a simpler version with some of the same ideas. Specifically, I would like to be able to specify separately a sequence of pitches or rests and then a sequence of durations. So, okay, let's say I have, I don't know, 60, 63, 67, that gives us a nice major chord. Can I do this? I don't remember if arrays are supported like this. Yeah, I guess that works. And then indexing does not work like this. I wonder if it was at instead of braces. Yeah, okay. So that gives us the element at index 1, which is 63. And then I guess I want to have a pitch index which starts at 0 and okay, let's start writing the synth code. so we will play a function with 2 channels and a new event every half second. And oh yeah, let's see what were the arguments that this thing receives. Spawn. Oh, actually this is interesting. We get an event count, so that is kind of the same thing that I was gonna do with this pitch index here. So maybe for now I'll just get rid of that. Yeah, so spawn event count synth. They use camel case. Okay, maybe I'll use camel case as well. I've been writing a lot of C++ and Python lately, so I'm more in a underscored type of mindset, but I can be flexible. Synth. And then my hope is that in here I should be able to do... Okay, first let's just make some envelope. Use the same 001 from before. Okay, wait, do we first of all even have functions like MIDI CPS? I think I need to post on that. Yeah, so we do have this method to convert MIDI notes to frequencies, which of course is very useful in a music program. Yeah, so what I wonder is, can we index the pitches array here? Well, first let's get some oscillator going, just like as a basic verification that the spawn is working. Trying to remember what the oscillators are called. I think there's a sine, but is it sine OSC here or what? Okay, well, we have a saw, that's nice and simple. So let's go with saw. And here I will just put 440 for now. And then I guess we'll wrap this in our panner. Okay, let's try that. Oh, and this is gonna be loud, I think, so maybe multiply by 0.5. That did not work. Input 1 to saw is not a Eugen, float, or integer. Oh. This should maybe be saw.ar for audio rate. Okay, that gave us just one event, and I wonder why. I did specify that new event every second, or like half a second. Maybe I'll get rid of this misleading comment here. Wait, I'm not even using spawn. What am I doing? So it should go like that. Or not. Okay, that gives us repeated events, and I'll just decrease the release here to 0.5. Now, okay, first of all, do we have a modulo function? So let's say for modulo 3. Not with that name. Maybe it's the percentage mark. Yeah. Okay, so instead of for 40, we'll put here pitches at. Oh yeah, then I wonder what we use to get the size of an array. Is it dot size? Yes. So here we want event count modulo pitches dot size. So what I'm hoping is that this gives us a cycling pattern that goes through these 3 nodes and then loops back to the beginning. Then this is gonna be MIDI nodes, and I need to convert that to frequency. So MIDI CPS, let's try that. Indeed, it works. That's nice. So we have the beginnings of some kind of sequencer. Oh, hello, movie, jeez. You can call me Retro Girl if you want, or Retro non-binary person, or whatever. Gender is fake. I don't care. So this is the first half of what I had in mind. Oh, and also something that I would like to do is support wrists here. So for example, in SuperCollider 3 you have this syntax where you can put a symbol R and it just inserts a wrist, but I think in this case we would have to handle that somehow specially. Maybe it's enough if I just put... Okay, so we'll have to extract the pitch here already. And then we will check whether... Oh, I'm not actually sure if it's gonna be double equal sign. Okay, and then just basic testing. Yeah, that's false. So if pitch does not equal \r, then we do this, otherwise we don't return anything. And now I suspect that this is gonna fail, and if you can guess why I suspect that, then you are good at SuperCollider 2. Yeah. So I think... Okay, that's actually not what I had in mind. This is another thing that will fail, so we need to declare our variables separately from assigning them. And this still fails because this syntax for an if statement is, even in SuperCollider 3, it's kind of like a syntactic sugar. Well, it's not specific to if statements, but it's two different ways of writing functions, and if is a function in SuperCollider, so I believe we have to pass here the thing that should be run conditionally inside a function, which goes as the second argument of the if. And let's see. Okay, now I don't hear anything. Oh, I like it a lot, OS 9, but can't find my old Cube Mac with bulky massive monitor, which ran 2005, probably my first Macintosh. Oh yeah, the Cube, that was a really... It's a pretty form factor. I never had one of those. Allegedly, they had some, like, thermal issues because of how small everything was crammed, but I don't know. But yeah, I love the look of those. It's, like, really futuristic. Yeah, that's a little bit newer than the machine I'm working on here. I think this is from around the turn of the millennium, 2000 or 2001 or something like that. But yeah, why is this not working? What if I just put like a trivial condition here? Okay, then we get the first two nodes, and then that doesn't work because we're trying to do MIDI CPS on the symbol, which of course doesn't work. Okay, but why can I not do this? I'm not sure if there's a thing like in SuperCollider 3 where like the synth graphs are like their own computation model, and there's things you can't do in there. But this is a bit of a different structure in this program, so I'm not sure if the same logic applies. Okay, what about a slightly less trivial condition, pitch equals pitch? That also works, which proves that we can do some kind of comparison. Is it actually... Wait. Huh? This gives false. Well, that would explain it, but why does that happen? Do we have a different syntax for not equals? Because this doesn't make any sense. you can call me Kim. I am from UK. I am your true fan, I guess, by music composer as well as Mac user programmer. That's cool. Yeah, I've seen your comments on many of my videos, so thank you for following and interacting. Sorry, I'm kind of bad at multitasking. I should just focus on this. So there is I'm not sure where I would find the help for like operators. Maybe there's something here. No, this is more like syntax. Assignment, I don't think that's it, but... Oh, and interestingly, we do have multiple assignment even in this version. Okay, let's see. Maybe it's under object, because like equality comparison is such a generic thing. Okay, it is allegedly exclamation mark equals, but then then why is this false? Well, that's what I expect, but then why is this also false? What about if I do equals and then negate that? Yeah. I really would like to understand why this does not behave as I expect, but maybe it's fine for now to just hack around it. It just kind of annoys me that this is something I have to remember, that I cannot rely on exclamation sign equals. But okay, let's see. So now we have working rests, which is pretty cool, I think. Then next thing would be sequencing durations, and for that, so yeah, basically I wanna change the duration, because, okay, let's make an example. I might have a sequence of durations that goes like... We'll get rid of that for now. It could be 0.5, 0.5, 0.25. Actually, maybe Yeah, this is fine for starters. Okay, let's do here declare a variable index, because we will be using this event count. Oh no, wait. These are gonna be different indexes because pitches and durations might not have the same length. So let's actually demonstrate that by putting 4 elements in here. Now, I wonder if this takes effect immediately, so that if we modify next time, then this initial value would basically be ignored. That would be good and make my life quite a bit easier. So I'm gonna test that by setting a very small value here, and hopefully we're not gonna hit that. So duration is gonna be basically the same, same logic as pitch. Durations dot size. And now, regardless of whether or not we are doing this, we want to set, was it spawn dot next time? Yeah, to duration. So actually we'll just do that right here. And in fact, we don't even need this duration variable because it's just the same as this. Or, yeah, you understand. Yeah, let's see if that works. It does indeed. I quite like this. This is turning out somehow easier than I expected. Oh yeah, I have scrolling buttons on my trackball. That's maybe gonna be useful. Then what else did I want to do? Oh, maybe amplitudes. That's, yeah, I'm just thinking of things that I usually like to sequence using pbind in SuperCollider 3. This should be amps, not amp. I want to add some more nodes here and maybe actually reduce this. Scales are hard, let's try this. Yep, that's something. Amps. So let's say I wanna alternate between, well, okay, full amplitude and then 0.7 amplitude. So then we're just gonna basically follow the same pattern here. Amp, amps, amps. So you might notice here that this is indeed getting kind of repetitive, following the same pattern, and that means there is probably some potential for abstraction here. I'm gonna have to brush up on SuperCollider 2 data structures a bit to see if I can actually implement that, but anyway, here we just want to multiply by amp, and now we should get... Let's actually put 3 different values, or even 4. No, let's put 5, so that all of these are different lengths, because that's fun. Oh, but maybe it could be like... It goes from 1 down to 0.6, and then we go back up. Something like this. Yeah, it's not the most interesting melody, but just showcasing how we can get some dynamics in there and that sort of thing. Ah, yeah, you left your cube in London, bulky and heavy. Yeah, I guess so, compared to many machines today, but it is smaller than the Power Mech I have here, which is quite bulky. I remember I have also a G3 tower, one of the blue and white ones, and I bought that one used like maybe 10 years ago. No, more than that, maybe 15 years ago. And it was quite close to where I lived, so I figured, well, I'll just walk there and carry the thing home. And it turns out those towers are actually quite heavy, and they're just big enough that sorry, big enough that it's hard to get a good grip. And yeah, I struggled a bit carrying that home, even though it was like maybe 1 or 2 kilometers. So okay, not like super close, but still a distance that I would normally walk. But yeah, with the G3 it was an experience. I don't think I'll forget that. I was totally sweating when I got home. Don't forget on tech, not lazy coding. Well, I don't know about that. I am quite lazy sometimes, but I guess it's, I don't know, laziness comes in different forms, and some of them I think are actually beneficial for coding, because, well, I don't know, it's a long and complicated topic. Maybe I won't get into that anymore, but yeah, data structures. So maybe there is something like events where you can say A is 1 and B is symbol hello. Okay, there is not, at least with this syntax. let's... Okay, I'm gonna go to the main help window. What do I want? Is there like a data structures thing? I guess there's collections, which is like data structures. So we have lists, I know about that. We have bags and sets. Interesting. What about dictionary? Yes, we have dictionaries. Okay, that should work. Although that was a very brief help file. I don't know how I'm actually gonna construct a dictionary. In SuperCollider 3 you can do like... Okay, let's follow the same pattern as earlier. So I could do something like this, though this syntax probably won't work. Yeah, parse failed, but what about if I do this? Okay. Maybe there's a from method. Why does it keep going up the scroll bar? Okay, this is annoying. So, no examples on how to construct a dictionary. Maybe if we go to the super class. Oh, hey, with sets you can do this. Interesting. So then is the issue that we don't have the arrow mapping syntax or what? But we do. So then why can I not do this? Oh, I can. Don't know what went wrong before, but we'll just roll with that. Then I should be able to call at. Yes. So in this way we can bundle together data and we can start to create something like objects. Although I guess we can't add methods to a dictionary, but you know, we can define functions and that kind of stuff. So I'm actually now gonna remove all these variables and instead bundle all this up into a dictionary. And we'll have to adjust the syntax a little. Then here we will use pattern at pitches, pattern at pitches, size, and then more like this. Wait, what happened here? Oh yeah, we have... Yes, at followed by at. That makes sense, but it's a little confusing when you're not paying attention. At amps.size pattern at durations at blah 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 pattern at durations size. And now this should work just as it did before. And it does. I'm gonna widen this a little bit. Are you also good at C sounds? SuperCollider is great, but I need music theory background. Having said that, I bought my first C sound book around 2003, only read for a few pages. Book lost, but still got CD. Yeah, I am not good at C sound. I tried it like once in what must have been around 2005 or 6. I made some basic sine wave sequence and I don't know. Then I didn't really go any further with it. Yeah, I guess at the time it didn't really inspire me to look into it more deeply. I don't know why. I mean, in general, it took me quite a long while to, how should I say, to get into music and audio programming, even though I was doing both music and programming separately from quite a young age, like since 2002. But yeah, it's only around like 2017-18 that I start getting interested in pure data, and then I found SuperCollider, and that like really clicked with my brain. So yeah, that's something kind of weird about my musical journey, is that for a long time I was like on a surface level interested in this idea of combining programming and music and making algorithmic music and DSP and all that, but somehow I just didn't manage to like actually start doing it and learning it. So it took a few years to get my hands dirty with PD and SuperCollider. I don't really have an explanation for that, but sometimes it's just not the right time in your life for some things, I guess. But I am so happy that I got into SuperCollider. It has been one of the most inspiring things music-wise for me in recent years. And then via that, of course, tidal cycles and, you know, algorave culture in general. And this year I'm organizing algorave Helsinki meetups. We're gonna have one at the end of this month, the 27th. Yeah, so yeah, I'm looking at this code and I'm like starting to see the abstraction that can emerge from this. But it's a little bit hazy still. Basically, I think what I want is a function that takes a dictionary like this and then maybe some other parameters, and then creates this function for us in some way. Now, what could that look like? Let's call it pattern to new event func. That's quite a monster of a name. Can I come up with something shorter? Eventify. So eventify will be a function that takes as argument. Oh yeah, I forgot I wanted to comment also on this music theory background that you said that you need, and I mean, it definitely helps, but you don't need that much of it, I think. I mean, of course, it depends on like what your musical goals are. If you wanna create more music theoretically advanced compositions, then sure, but you can get quite far with just like pulling scales from either the internet or the scale library, which is actually built into SuperCollider. That's a really interesting thing that I haven't explored as much as I would like to. Because I've been thinking about scales and their relationships to each other in terms of if you have two scales, then how many degrees do you need to change to go from one to the other? And that's kind of a notion of distance between scales. So something I've been thinking about but not really worked on yet is a scale explorer kind of thing where you can be on a scale and have it play some pattern or whatever in SuperCollider, and then you can move from it to neighboring scales, where neighboring scales are scales that differ from the current scale, let's say via just one different degree. And then once you move to one, then there's like a new set of neighbors and you can keep moving around, and then your scale will like change progressively. And yeah, I don't know, just like exploring the scale library in SuperCollider this way would be interesting, because there's a lot of stuff there that I've never like heard about. And yeah, I just think it would be fun to have this kind of system where you can explore them without really thinking about the degrees numerically or what things you are changing, but just like, okay, here's some things that are close to the current scale, let's move to one of them and see how things change. Or hear how things change, rather. Yeah, I don't know, that's that's totally a tangent, but yeah, music theory is interesting. I would like to study more of it myself, but it can be hard to find the motivation. Back when I was playing piano actively a few years ago, that was like a pretty good motivation for learning some music theory, because it helps you analyze different pieces that you play and like think of them in more abstract terms, which in turn helps with memorizing them. So that was really nice, but then I stopped playing piano, or rather I stopped taking piano lessons because of the pandemic, and maybe I should do that again at some point. Well, then I also had less income available than before, so I also had to stop for that reason, but yeah. Anyway, what was I doing? So, okay, we're gonna take as argument a pattern, and also another function which we're gonna call make event, maybe. So now we have eventify, which takes make event. We'll get to explaining how these are different things in a little bit. But okay, so what do we want to return? We want to return a function which is going to be the function that goes into spawn. So basically this thing here. And this function is of course gonna take the same arguments. So spawn, event count, and synth. But the synth that we're making inside this event, or this function, that's gonna be determined by the make event function, so we will call that with an argument of, yeah, so what do we want make event to take as argument, or arguments even? I wanted to take as arguments a data structure containing each of these things. So, okay, I'm gonna call that vals, or values. And that's something we'll need to create in, is it here? Yes. So var vals thinking too far ahead and getting stuck on things that are not even relevant yet, so let's not do that, and instead think about how we can transform a dictionary. So let's say we have this dictionary right here. I'm gonna make a new code block here just for some testing. Yeah, now I'm gonna do a thing where I actually start to call these a little bit shorter, and if you use SuperCollider 3 you might see some familiar names here. But dictionary presumably has a collect function. I wonder if I can do this argx. Yeah, that doesn't work. Post line. Okay, so collect on a dictionary actually returns a list. And apparently we did not get the keys, but maybe it's like so that this function maybe takes 2 arguments and we get the key and the value. I'm just guessing here. But I did guess... No, I did guess wrong. Okay, so the second argument is actually the index. So with collect, it seems we are iterating over this as if it were a list, and that's not quite what I wanted. Or it might be... No. Okay, let's look at the help for set, because I do want to get the keys out of there. That doesn't really help me. I'm a bit confused by this, because I feel like if this is how it works, then each of these V's should be like this whole association. So we would get also the key, but that does not appear to be the case. Do we have something like as list? That seems strange. Whoops. Okay, so as list also does not give us the associations. Is there keys? Yeah, okay, we can work with that. So, actually I kind of want to define a function to deal with this. So, collect dict. So this is gonna be... I realized that we're quite deep into different functions here, but I promise it'll make sense in the end. So collect dict, that will take the dictionary and then a function to apply to each of the associations, which no, a function to apply to all of the values, but so that we still get a dictionary. Okay, yeah. So first of all, we'll get the keys, and then we'll collect on that. Our argument will be key, then we'll have val, which is the corresponding value, and then we'll return the association key to f of val. And no semicolon there, although it doesn't really matter, I think. And that, I think, is going to return a list, but let's just see that it more or less looks like the right thing. Also, yeah, this is a stream that's categorized as music, but there is not much music yet, but we will get there. In the meantime, I'm gonna put back the background music, which, by the way, is all tunes by me. So here we're gonna put a function. Oh, actually we should pass in also the key in case we wanna use that somehow. So this function is gonna take val and key, and I don't know, let's for now return just 2 times val, so that we can see something happening. Unmatched parenthesis. Where? Oh, also this should be value. Maybe that's the issue. Okay, yeah, so now we get the list containing the modified values and also the keys. Can we turn that into a dictionary? Huh? Oh, it's this thing where... Okay, there is no as dictionary. What about to dictionary? It's doing the thing again where it's jumping to the very top. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, to dictionary is not a function either. Also, we should be doing it here in collect dict anyway, but I wonder... Okay, let me try another thing separately. So if we have... If we have a list of associations, then that doesn't work. Trying to see if there's like a splatting or splicing kind of thing, but apparently not. I mean, we can of course do this the imperative way if nothing else, but I would prefer to do it more elegantly. Because this is like the interesting thing, that you have this syntax and this basically looks like a list, but I'm not sure if that's like a separate syntax or how that works. Let's do it this way. We have L. Completely guessing here. Yeah, that does not work. Okay, forget about this, we're just gonna do it the imperative way. So var result, and result is gonna be a dictionary, and instead of collect we'll use do, and result, is it add or put or what is it? Let's try that. Can I clear this window, or it's just a text window for a second? Message key not understood. I'm gonna try to simplify a bit to see if that helps with debugging. Okay, I'm gonna try something even simpler, because can we do this? We cannot. Okay, so then maybe it has to be this way. Index out of range. Okay, what about put? Maybe like this. This should not be this complicated. So for sets we have add, and a dictionary, from what I understand, is just a set of associations plus probably some way to look up via the association keys, but then if I understand correctly this should work. But it does not. One of these should work at the very least, but what if so we're getting this index out of range, but I don't understand why. Oh wait, what is this? There is no free space in this set. Oh, is that a thing we have to worry about? But then, why do they not do it in the examples? Are we somehow running out of, like, memory? More generally? Not really. You know, this is one of those OS 9 things that you might sometimes have to do, though. Allocate a bit more memory to the program. Now, I forget how minimum and preferred size actually works, but let's go with 100,000. Interestingly, it seems like it immediately uses all the memory it can. Maybe it's got like its own kind of allocator or something like that, who knows. Let me just find that document again. Okay, let's try some of these things again. There is no free space in this set. What about if we initialize it this way? Maybe set.new. Okay, this way we can add elements. Yes. Wow, okay. That was a little detour, but that should get our collect dict function working. Not quite. Oh yeah, we need to return result instead of whatever the return value of do is. Oh yeah, and then I simplified this, so we need to bring this back. Actually use F. And now we have a working collect function for dictionaries. Wow. That's gonna go up here, making my own little standard library here. Yeah, so with that we can come back to Eventify, where we left off trying to make this val's value. So what we want to do here wait, did I? Okay, yeah, never mind. I'll get rid of some of these blocks. So vals. For that we are gonna use our collectDict function, apply it to pattern, which remember is a dictionary, like this. I'm actually now gonna shorten these names. Yeah, so we wanna map over this pattern dictionary and we wanna use this function where we get val and key. And now each of these vals is gonna be one of these lists. And what do we wanna do with that? Well, we wanna basically do the abstract version of this right here. So if I just copy this, oh, it's getting wide. Yeah, so now basically val is the equivalent of pattern at pitch or pattern at whatever. And that gives us this nice thing. So now just by doing this, we have for each invocation of this function that's gonna be creating events for spawn, we have a function, or rather this function gives us the values corresponding to each thing in this dictionary. So for example, running this with event count 1 would give us a dictionary that looks like this. So it's the first element of each of the arrays in there. And now that is very useful because when we pass that to our make event function, which remember this is a function that we take as an argument, so it's something the user of this function defines. So from the user's perspective, they're going to be defining a function which gets these vals, and so for each invocation of that, they have the values for that particular event count number or sequencer step, in other words. So is that enough? No, it's not, because I think it will also be useful if we pass in these three things. So, okay, let's just throw them here at the beginning. So then this function gets all the same arguments as the new event, make new event, whatever it is called in the documentation of Spawn, plus this vals dictionary. Okay, but how does that look in practice? Well, now we can start simplifying our spawn code here. So we no longer need any of these. And we don't Okay, yeah, here's one thing. Duration or dur might be something that we want to handle especially inside of Eventify. But let's not worry about that quite yet. Oh, and also the same thing goes for rests. That might also be worth handling in here, but again, let's not worry about it yet. So now, I'm actually just gonna comment this out. And make... No, wait, not this way, but... So I wanna keep the spawn in there, but then... as the argument to spawn. Okay, the indentation here is a bit inconsistent, but let's not worry about that. Arg spawn, event, count, synth, and vals. Now, okay, first of all, let's set spawn.nextTime. So what is that? That is vals at dur. So maybe now you begin to see how this function helps us. It increases our level of abstraction in writing these patterns quite a lot. And yeah, essentially it's bringing us towards the SuperCollider 3 model of patterns, even though this is slightly different. Then... Okay, if we're still doing the rest checks manually, let's say that pitch is vals at pitch. Just because I don't know exactly how expensive these lookups are. Probably constant time, I would hope. But we're using this twice, so let's not look it up twice. I mean, micro optimization probably premature, but pitch is equal to symbol R, not... I kind of like the way that reads, like if something is true, not. Then we're gonna do again this pan2 n gen blah 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 n line n 0 0 0.5. I wonder if we have a pulse that we can use for a change instead of the saw oscillator that we've been listening to already. And then we have finally wait, this doesn't make any sense. This goes inside. And then here we have 0.5 times amp, except now it's called vals at amp. So now this is looking a little simpler and more pleasant to read and write than the original version, which is no longer completely here, but you remember we had this several of these pattern at something at event count modulo blah blah blah. And now we have that abstracted away. So will this work? No. And why is that? That's because I forgot to invoke our eventify function. So here we put pattern and then we add a closing parenthesis. Okay, I'm gonna fix this indentation now because it's bothering me. And yes, I have to do it manually in SuperCollider too, as far as I know. Now that is beautiful, even though it's very horizontal. Okay, will that work? No. MIDI CPS not understood. So for some reason we have a nil pitch. And I know why. That's because this is actually called note and not pitch. Let's call the variable note also just to be consistent. Now will it work? No. Variable pitch not defined. Oh, because I'm using it here also. I'm not even gonna ask anymore. Well, as we can hear, that works just fine. So we are making pretty good progress, I think, and approaching a usable pattern system. Now I'm gonna rename Eventify because I want this to be the raw version of Eventify that does not do any magic whatsoever. And then we'll have Eventify, which instead does do some useful magic that someone who knows SuperCollider 3 might be used to. Right, so we will do pretty much the we want to do pretty much the same thing, but add some special rules, such as if we have a duration, then we're gonna do the next time thing here already. Just thinking, how do I not repeat myself? because I want to use the code in Eventify raw and then basically post-process vals. And I guess a simple way to do that would be to add another argument. We'll call it transform vals, and yeah, I'm thinking, does it make sense for transform vals to be like an imperative function that actually modifies the contents of this vals array? Or should it be a pure function that returns a new vals? I'm gonna make it imperative for now, just because I think that might be easier to work with on the calling side. So, okay, we're gonna do this only if transform vals is not nil. Value, and we'll give it vals. Actually, if we do it this way, then it doesn't really matter whether it's imperative or pure, as long as it returns the modified vals, which could be a new dictionary or it could be the original one modified. Yeah, so then Eventify becomes just a matter of calling Eventify raw with pattern make event and our transforming function, which gets us argument, and the only argument our vals dictionary. And now okay, so I immediately see a problem here, which is that if we want to do this spawn.nextTime thing, then of course we need to have access to spawn, which right now we don't. So then I'm thinking perhaps this should take, you know, all these same arguments, but then that makes me wonder whether this could instead not be done via wrapping make event somehow. Okay, let's consider that. Yeah, I think that might work actually. So I'm just gonna comment that out for a moment. And so yeah, instead of doing this, we pass to eventify raw as the make event function something that wraps our given make event function. I don't know if that makes any sense to viewers, but it makes sense in my head, and I promise it will make sense when we're done. So this takes as argument the same things that make event in general does. So spawn event count synth and vals, and then at the end of this we're gonna call make event with all those same things. But before that, this is where the magic happens, literally. Okay, so the first thing we can do is just literally this. So we set spawn.nextTime to the duration from vals. And yeah, then actually we can now remove it from here. And then this might work or not. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. In SuperCollider 3 you can do this to call a function that is defined in a variable, but in SuperCollider 2 you have to use .value. Yep, it continues to work. Then, okay, that means we can get rid of the transform vals argument here and also this commented out code. What else can we do? Oh yeah, something SuperCollider 3 patterns do is they automatically convert note to, I think, freq, like FREQ frequency, and that is something we're now doing manually here in our make event function, basically via MIDI CPS. So let's add some magic for that. So let's say we want variables note and freq, and we will only do the conversion if there is no existing freq key and there is a note key in vals. So I guess we'll want to define these values or assign values. Vals at node. Freak is vals at freak. So if node is not nil, and now I have to look up how, or just test how Boolean operators work in this version. Yeah, it looks like it's just ampersand, ampersand. It's a little complicated in SuperCollider 3, where you have ampersand, ampersand, and you also have and one of them is lazy in that it takes a second argument, a function, and that is only evaluated if the first argument is true. And I never remember which one is which, but yeah. What was I doing here? Node is not nil and freak is nil. Then that means we can convert from node to freak. So we will simply add a freak mapping which has the value node.meatycps. Okay, and that, oh yeah, but then we have to consider rests. So it's not enough that node is not nil, or rather, okay, I guess we can do it like this. So if node equals a rest, then we'll just return a rest, and otherwise we'll return node.meatycps. I feel like I'm gonna have to make something to deal with the rests more generally, but maybe it's enough if we decide that the only place you can put a rest is in nodes or freak. I don't know. Okay, well, yeah, maybe that makes sense actually. Or not. I'm not sure how SuperCollider 3 does it actually. I think you can put a rest in basically any pattern sequence or whatever. Well, either way, we should now have freak, and we'll use that directly. And now we can get rid of the meatycps call here. Let's try that. Nope. So we are... oh, this should be vals and not freak. Still works. Let's try adding some rests in there. Maybe another one just for good measure. That works great. Okay, let's then add the rest handling logic to Eventify. So we will start by basically just putting an if statement here, and we'll use oh yeah, I'm gonna use freak again, so I might as well actually assign to that variable. Oh, Eleanor going to bed. Well, thank you for joining. Hope it was interesting. Have a good sleep and see you on another stream, hopefully, or something else in the future. Good night. Yeah, so this now becomes just freak, and then we can use freak here, and we can compare it to rest and do this not again. And it's important here that we set this next time, regardless of whether this is a rest or not, so that we don't mess up the timing. Share more of your stuffs in Discord. Oh yeah, I should. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, promotion is hard. I posted to 2 social media platforms, and that was like already not exhausting, but it's something. Anyway, this should now let us get rid of this same thing here. And we'll see if that works. It does indeed, and What's nice about that is that now in this code we're not using freak twice, so we can actually just put this here and get rid of this variable. And you might notice that our pattern where we actually define our musical content keeps getting simpler, and that is of course the entire point of this exercise in abstraction. One more thing I want to do. Panning. Panning is like always gonna be the same, right? Assuming we're working in stereo, which I think I will be doing in this context. So I can simply put the panning in here. First let's maybe put that in a variable. Pan, not freak. Also maybe it makes sense to assign this after the note freak stuff. I wonder if we have the question mark operator in this version, so like nil coalescing, I guess you would call that. Yeah, so if the first argument is nil, then it returns the second argument. That is very useful. So we can here just put a default pan value of 0, so if we don't specify a pan in the pattern, it'll still use 0. Yeah, and then we want to wrap this in the pan. And simply put the pan value there. And now we can presumably get rid of this here. Which now significantly simplifies our function. And in fact, why don't we do the same for amp, right? Because it's just a multiplication at the end. So we will also, I think we don't need this pan variable, we can just do this directly, and that shortens our code a little bit. And then I can do the same for amp. But I probably should put the amp multiplication here. Although now that I think about this, there might be cases where we want to pass in or we want to create a stereo signal already in our make event. Okay, well... Do we have... balance to in this version. I'm just wondering whether we have a way of, you know, panning within quotes a signal that is already stereo, which really is a balance control. That's something we have in SuperCollider 3, but I guess not here, unless it's just called balance. No. But let me try. Okay, first of all, if I have, let's say, a pulse AR at 220, then I have another one at, I don't know, 330, and that's a stereo thing. Then I can multiply that by 0.5. Yeah, that's a stereo thing. Now, can I pan that with pan 2? Apparently not. So what we could do, we could detect whether the output of make event here is an array, and if it is, then we don't apply the pan. Okay, that makes maybe sense. I'm gonna call the result of this sig, and now I was doing multiplication by amp, but I'll do that later. If sig, maybe I can do size, do things like integers have size. I guess so. So size 0, that's interesting. I guess it's things that are not collections have size 0 scalars. But okay, actually we want this the other way around. So if it's less than 2, then sig becomes pan 2 AR of sig by this pan amount here. And then finally here we return sig. And let's check that out. So I think that's panning because we're hearing it from the center. Let's add some panning to our pattern just to see whether that actually works. So we'll go from left to center to right. Yep, that works. Are you sure you don't want to go to bed yet? No, not yet actually. I'm still feeling somewhat energetic. Which is interesting. Usually I get tired around this time after a work day, but maybe tonight's pattern stuff has just been inspiring enough that it, you know, energizes me. Yeah, then I wanted to test this with maybe... I wonder if there is some kind of multi-channel expansion, so I could do, for example, this. Yep. So now if we have a stereo signal from here, it just skips our panner, which is not ideal, but it's better than, you know, giving an error. And maybe I mean, implementing balance is not super complicated either. It's just you have to do an equal power crossfade, and I don't remember the formula offhand. I would have to look it up. Or I mean, you don't have to, but it's better sounding if you do. But now I wonder, is that actually the case for a balance control? Well, anyway, I'm not gonna do it now. Then what I was gonna do was magic multiplication by amp. So now that we have a sig variable here, I'll just go ahead and multiply by vals at amp. Which then means we can get rid of this bit here, and our pattern grows ever so slightly shorter. Yeah, that is... I am quite happy with that. With this kind of thing, I can see myself already starting to write actual patterns. I do wonder if this is a lot more CPU heavy than the original version, though. I don't have that left anymore, so can't compare. But hopefully not. Hey, nice tunes already. Well, thank you. It's not that much of a tune yet, more of a demo melody, but yeah, that was basically my expectation for tonight. I did not think I would get to the point of actually writing much music yet, but yeah. With this whole thing, there is one question though, which is, how do you do chords? So my first instinct maybe would be to try putting in 0 duration somewhere. So for example, what if every other duration is 0? Does that give us chords? I feel like it should, because from what I understand, these events that spawn creates are allowed to overlap. So I'm gonna save and try that. Indeed, that works. Wow. But this is maybe not the nicest way to define chords. So let's say I wanted to write like an actual chord progression, then having to put in 0 durations everywhere. I don't know, it's kind of hard to read. So ideally, I would like to be able to convert from a form such as, let's say, this to the thing where it creates one event with 0 duration and then the other with the actual duration specified here. So in this case, I would of course want to get rid of these zeros. Okay, that's kind of an interesting problem. And is that also something we just want to do for the note sequence, or does it make sense to, you know, allow simultaneous values in the other things as well? I think it does make sense everywhere, really. For example, let's say we had a pattern where you want to play a chord, okay? So then you do this in note, but then you want each of the notes in the chord to have, for example, a different pan value. Then it would make sense to also be able to pass, for example, an array here, which would then correspond with, well, initially this first note, but then, yeah, then that's a question how to handle the situation where these arrays have different lengths, and we could get something here where there's just one note but then 2 pan values. Then would it just duplicate the same note and have it play left and right, which presumably wouldn't sound any different. But there could be something where it sounds different. Let's say we have an attack or release parameter. Then if you had a chord of release values, then of course, even if it's the same note, they would sound different. Like there would be one shorter tail and one longer tail. Yeah, I think I'll have to think about that a little more, how to actually implement that. So I'm maybe not gonna do it tonight and instead make do with the current thing where we can put in 0 durations. I have like a vague idea of the algorithm that would be required for this, but I don't really want to do that now. Then okay, one question I have at this point is it possible to turn this into an actual library so I don't have to have all the code visible here? In SuperCollider 3 you would write a class, and I mean there are classes here as well, but can you actually define them yourself? That's what I'm not sure about. Oh, maybe 09 classes. Okay. So we can define classes just like that. Can I just do this here? It could be that these need to go like in a special file that is compiled on startup the way it is in SuperCollider 3. Do you have family? I never see someone knocking your door, distracting livestream. I do, and I actually live together with my partner, but I usually stream on days or evenings when they're not at home, such as tonight. So that is why you don't see them. Because my studio here is in the living room, which of course both of us use when we're both at home, so they kinda like their privacy, so not a fan of appearing on stream, so that's why I do it this way. So yeah, so we have classes, but I'm mostly just skimming this, but I'm not seeing how we actually define them, or like where the code needs to go. Could it be that there's like main.sc. Okay, interesting. Could it be that I need to put it in that folder? that, I guess, would make sense. So let's try. Let's make our own class. It's gonna be something super trivial, but I'll just call it test class. It's a lot of code in this main class. I should explore this more at some point. Some demos in there. Okay, let's have just X and Y. And I want to set this font to be uniform. Okay, now can I recompile? Recompile library. Okay, and now wow, yeah, that works. And I guess I can now set tx to whatever. But I cannot set tz because that's not a variable we defined. Yeah, nice. Okay. So that means I am gonna be putting much of this code in a class, I think. So you got no pets, cat or dog? No. No, we don't. Yeah, that's something I've had to adjust to after moving away from home way back in 2008 or 9. Because growing up, my mom always had a cat. She still does. One of the first one that was alive when I was alive lived until 21 years old, which was pretty amazing. I think that's quite rare. Yeah, then there was one cat after that, and lived until 15, I think, and now she's on her third cat during my time. But yeah, I like cats a lot, but my partner, on the other hand, is maybe not so used to pets. And also, it's very chaotic in here. You can see some of that on camera, but really only a fraction. So I don't exactly live in a pet-friendly way right now, I would say. There's so much stuff all over from my projects that I'm working on. And as you might know, cats... Well, some cats, not all of them, but some of them like to push things down from tables and shelves and surfaces. Sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's by accident, but that's something that would be pretty risky here. Yeah. Sometimes I do think about getting a bird, such as a pigeon or two, but I don't know. Maybe at this point I've just gotten too used to living without pets, so it's kinda hard to see myself moving away from that at this point. And you know, there's all sorts of ethical questions with pets, though. Yeah, you could get a rescue of some kind, which is one of the better options, but yeah, probably not happening in the near future. Okay. So, okay, now that I've seen the classes here, it makes me wonder if I can just look at the definitions for some of these data structures, which of course I can. And yeah, I'm mainly curious about, for example, set how that literal constructor is implemented. The one where you type set and then square bracket and then, you know, a list of elements. So I'm not sure if that's something I can check from here. Or could it be a general, like, collection thing? Oh, interesting. So I am guessing it is one of these. Either new from or with. And here we see that variable arguments are available with this ellipsis syntax. That's actually really good to know. I still do wonder if there is like the opposite syntax of this where you call a function and then you pass, let's say, a list, but you expand it so that each list item is like a function argument, because that is something that's in SuperCollider 3, but don't know about here. Anyway, it's cool to see that we can just go in and look at these classes. I mean, this is how it works in SuperCollider 3 as well, for the most part. I guess I just assumed that more of this would be implemented in C++ or whatever. Let's actually look at some of the signal processing UGens out of curiosity. So, for example, audio in. Not much code there. So presumably there is a C or a C++ core which some of these classes hook into. Ooh, we can go look at spawn. This is interesting stuff, but I'm not gonna spend too much time on this right now. Mostly I was interested in some of the oscillators. So if I look at white noise here, yeah, it's clear that the actual noise generation is not happening in this code, so that's probably the hidden C or C++ core. Which makes sense, because, you know, you wouldn't do DSP in a scripting language in the year 2002 or whenever it was that this was released. You like Emacs a lot, I may like it in the future. Yes, I do like Emacs. I wish I was, or I wish I could use Emacs for this SuperCollider 2 stuff as well, but I don't think that's an option. There might be a build of Emacs for Mac OS 9, I'm not sure. Maybe not, actually. You know, now I'm curious. Let's look at Macintosh Garden. Like, if there is one, obviously it's gonna be a very old version. And my configuration is not gonna be portable to that, but... Oh... Yeah, there is one. Emacs 21. Oh, wow, this is cool. I'm gonna download this. Oh, what is this doing? Okay, this is like a MediaFire download. That's not very macOS 9 friendly. Okay, so I'll have to download that on a more modern computer at some point. But yes, I like Emacs. It's... yeah, I don't know if it's a good text editor. It's a good set of building blocks for building your ideal text editor, maybe. With some shortcomings like most I/O being synchronous, and so if I/O operations, you know, block or get stuck, they block the UI as well, and that can be a real pain sometimes, but I guess there is some work on that, but it'll be a big undertaking to make that work and then get the whole plugin ecosystem to adapt to that. But regardless of that, it is really nice once you get, I guess, comfortable with Emacs Lisp, which is quite a bit nicer nowadays than it was before. At some point I switched to lexical scoping, which was one of the big criticisms of Emacs Lisp, that scoping was dynamic by default, and this was quite confusing for a lot of people. I am a little confused on your last video, Connect things. Do you even install USB driver for Mac? How do you power the port? It could fry USB. Did you get Connect with original power adapter? So yes, I did get it with the power adapter. I have it here actually. Okay, it's a little tangled, so maybe this was not a good idea, but I need to take it off the table anyway, because I'm not using the Connect right now. Sorry for the noise, I could have muted my mic for this, but I didn't. So yeah, it's an original power adapter, and it comes with wait, how did this work again? So there's this weird connector which kind of looks like USB, but it's not USB. So the Connect plugs into this, and then the power brick obviously goes into the mains power, and then there is a USB cable on the side of this power adapter which goes in the computer. So that is how that works. Yeah, I don't think you can power it just from a USB port. Yeah, because the output voltage of this is 12 volts, and, you know, USB provides 5 volts. Maybe you could put together a USB power delivery thing nowadays to power it, but I don't know. And yeah, this is actually a Japanese power adapter, so I had to get one of these plug adapters for the SE plug, which is used in Finland and some other countries, maybe Sweden and such. But yeah, I did not install any driver for it. I just installed Freenect, which I guess has its own driver, and that is pretty much all you need. I'm pretty happy about that I don't need to go hunting for some, you know, obsolete Microsoft driver that may or may not work on contemporary operating systems. Not that I'm using a contemporary operating system exactly, I'm still on 10.14 macOS, but still. So yeah. Freenect is good stuff. So yeah, maybe as the final thing do on this SuperCollider stuff tonight. I just wanna extract these very useful functions that I wrote into a class so that I can clean up this file and just have the relevant stuff in here. So let's try to do that. We'll go in default library and use this file. I'm just gonna make one class for now. It will contain everything and it will be called Pulu. So it's easy to remember what is stuff I defined. And let's start with this collect dict function. So I think the syntax would be just this, pretty much, without that semicolon, and then I think you have to do the caret, is that what it's called, to return a value. Well, let's try to compile that. Yeah, that worked. So now hopefully I can get rid of that and here say pulu.collectDict, and now we don't need this value anymore. Okay, did not work. Object does not understand. Okay, so maybe there's something. There's probably some way I need to declare it as a static method. I think that was maybe with an asterisk. So asterisk collect dict, compile done. Yep. And also what's nice about this is that since this code now gets compiled, there's a chance that it's a little bit faster. Are people in Finland good at speaking English like you, or only you have been to British school? I'd say the average level of English is pretty good here in terms of like grammar and vocabulary, I guess. Especially in the bigger cities, and maybe, yeah, it kind of differs by generation as well, so I don't know, maybe, for example, my grandparents don't speak that much English, but still some. I did not go to British school. I went to a Swedish speaking school, and it's funny, I think a lot of people have a very clear, a lot of Finnish people, sorry, have a lot of, what am I saying? A lot of Finnish people have a pretty clear Finnish accent when speaking English. It's called Rally Englanti or Rally English, because I guess some of our Formula or whatever race car drivers made it famous around the world. But it's basically you pronounce English words with kind of a Finnish pronunciation, so it sounds kind of like this, and I'm trying to come up with some example sentences to say, but yeah, maybe you get the idea. That is pretty much how it sounds. I don't have that, and I think that is because, like, my second language is Swedish, so I have probably more of like a Finnish-Swedish accent when speaking English, which is different from a Swedish accent, so it's kind of like maybe one of the rarer accents. But yeah, I learned English from, you know, messing around with computers from an early age, and then also just watching English TV shows and movies, because they don't do a lot of dubbing here in Finland, unlike some other countries. So we get stuff in English, and then there's subtitles. And then, of course, in school, everyone studies some amount of English, starting from, I think, 3rd grade or so, at least back when I went to school, but I don't know how it is these days. But in short, yes, people in Finland speak English pretty well, and you can get by quite well here just knowing English. I've worked at multiple places where there were people in my team that didn't speak a lot of Finnish at all, and you know, they just used English in their daily lives, and they live here, and it's pretty much fine. Like, of course, a lot of them make an effort to learn Finnish, but it takes time. It's pretty hard, because it's such a different language from what most people are used to, so... Allegedly quite tricky to learn. Okay, then I will put these remaining 2 functions in my beautiful little class here. And again, remember the asterisk, remove the equal sign. Spend some time indenting. And let's not forget the asterisk. And then also we have to put the caret to return. And now I'm not sure if I can just invoke make event. No, I can invoke make event, but can I invoke methods of static methods of this class? Without qualifying the name. Oh, I should exit Classilla. I'm just gonna check some examples. Okay, so here they use this, but those are also instance methods. Oh, okay, here they use this, so I might need that actually. So this dot collect dict, and then this dot eventify raw. Okay, let's try compiling. That gives us an error. Oh, I think I forgot an equals sign in there. Compile done. And then I can simply write pulu.eventify here. And then I'll clean up by removing all this extra code and try running. And it doesn't work. Oh, because I need to select the whole thing. Ah, still not. What? Spawn not understood. So where is that? This is a little strange. What am I missing? Because the error sounds like I'm doing this dot spawn somewhere, but I don't think I am. Oh, wait. Right, okay, so the caret needs to go in front of the return value of the method, and that of course is this function here and not the make event. And likewise here it goes in front of this method call. So maybe now. Yes. And we can further clean up by removing those declarations. And I'm just gonna add those 0 durations here, because I thought it sounded kinda nice with the chords, even though I didn't really plan them in any way. Yeah. Right, so we managed to define a pattern abstraction that's a little reminiscent of the one in SuperCollider 3. And more importantly, we were able to create something that lets us start writing patterns in a more concise way. And there's a lot more we could do with this, of course. Okay, something I still want to try. Let's say we have more than one pattern and we want to play them simultaneously. So I'm just gonna call these P1 and P2 now. Now this I think is gonna reveal some further potential for abstraction, but I think I'm not gonna get to that tonight. So we'll do this and then sig plus another spawn. And finally we return sig. And here we're gonna use P2. And in this case, I'm gonna make this more of a pad sound, and well, let's change the sound as well, so it's not a pulse but a saw oscillator. So, okay, we're starting at 60 here, so let's go a couple octaves lower. So we have 48, 36. And we can start with the duration of 2. So these are gonna be quite long. And we can remove the pan, we don't need it for this instrument. Let's try that. Maybe I want it to come in a little faster. Add some more notes. And we're on our way to a tune. is one more thing I wanted to try. But yeah, okay, so something we can notice here is that there is a bit of repetition. Specifically, one thing we're repeating is this useless default next time value, which is actually never used, and then the channel number. So I'm thinking we'll make one more helper function. What should I call this? Pattern spawn, I guess. Could be a reasonable name. So as the argument, we'll take a pattern. And the make event function. And we will simply return the result of invoking eventify on these things. And then we can put here 2, because, you know, we're dealing with stereo. And we can put the default next time. I'll just put that at 1, because why not? And so we can recompile. That seemed to go fine. Now we can say bool.pattern spawn and it lets us get rid of these things. And then this parenthesis goes. Oh yeah, we can decrease indentation. And then we can do the same thing here. And like that, our pattern gets ever more concise. Yeah, maybe I'm getting a little obsessive with this simplification, but I'm looking at this and thinking maybe vals should be the first parameter so that the other ones can be optional, because for example here we're not using them at all. So I will go ahead and make that change. So vals is the very first thing. Everything else comes after. There's a few places we have to make this change, but that's alright. Oh, I guess maybe that's it actually. So now we can just write this. Yeah. And I guess some people might ask, is it really worth it to go through all of this trouble of abstraction and, you know, just so we can shorten this code? And in my opinion, yes, because I think when I'm writing music with code, I don't want to have boilerplate code lying around. I want everything that I'm seeing on the screen to be relevant to the music. And I think with this, we have pretty much achieved that. And I think SuperCollider 3, the pattern library, pretty much follows this kind of philosophy as well. Maybe it's not explicitly stated, but I can feel it when I write music with it. So yeah, that is SuperCollider 2 and patterns. Right, there is one more little thing I wanted to try. So you might remember that I started off this stream by looking at Audacity and editing samples. Well, of course, the purpose of that would be to, you know, use SuperCollider also to play samples. So, can we do that? I'm sure we can, but I don't know how, so let's see here. Well, I say I'm sure we can, but of course I don't actually know. It could, of course, be that that is not an option at all in this version of SuperCollider. I would be pretty surprised, though, if that was the case. Yeah, here we go. Play buff. Well, that sounds familiar. So let's look at the help for play buff. So we will need to load our sample into a signal buffer. Okay, so let's say we want to load 2 samples. Or, okay, let's start with just one. #1 drum for a variety of electronic music and other music genres as well. So I'm not sure if there's a specific folder you're meant to put samples in. Probably not. I guess you can just give any path. So if we look at our samples folder, okay, first of all, which of these kicks is better? I like this one, it's a bit punchier. So if we look at this, okay, we have our path here, which for some inexplicable reason cannot be copied. Well, I guess in these days macOS 9 users did not deal with paths as strings that much. Okay, I think, yeah, this example is using a relative path, and I guess it's relative to the SuperCollider folder, so we see here the sounds folder and this floating _1 sample that's inside it. But hopefully we can use absolute paths as well. Okay, let's get started with this code. So this would be, and what was it called? Well, that I can copy at least, the file name. Now we'll have to see if this actually supports WAV files or not. But let's put the signal in the kick variable. I don't want to play it here. Oh, maybe I'll just make a variable containing that after all. Oh, and we might need... Okay. I'll make 3 variables, so we have the path, we have the sound file, although we might be able to use one single sound file instance for loading multiple samples, so maybe this doesn't make sense, but let's not worry about it right now. Then I'll comment these out for a bit and add a play buff just so we can listen to it. Hopefully. Oh, now I'm using underscores again, even though I said I wouldn't. Also, this is wrong. Kick path. Kick buff. Ah, okay. Yeah, so we do need separate sound file instances in theory. I mean, because that's where we get the sample rate. might be worth thinking about some abstractions to simplify dealing with these sample files, but that's for later. What's inside the geometry folder? Mac things or SuperCollider? What folder is that? I'm not sure where you saw a geometry folder. Oh, here. So this is, yeah, this is the SuperCollider common folder, which I guess contains SuperCollider built-in classes. So here we have classes rect and point. Because there is apparently also a GUI library in SuperCollider 2, I haven't tried working with that at all. But yeah, that's mainly for those, I imagine, for like GUI elements, positioning and sizing and that kind of stuff. Alright, will this work? No. Where is the post window? Play buff table, not a signal. Wait, so what is it then? Wait, this doesn't make any sense. This should be kick path, and here we put the actual path. That's not better. So oh yeah, I wanted to have this proper error message here, not just the path, which it is printing right now. So kick path. Now I'm not sure if that is the only way this can fail. Like, if we end up here, does it mean that the file was not found, or could it be that it was found but it could not be read? Okay, I'm gonna try to convert the file to AIFF. So let's try doing that from Audacity. Oh, interesting thing about Audacity is that it does not support drag and drop. That's fine. Okay, so we have options to export as WAV or as MP3, but not AIFF. That's a bit problematic for trying to make an AIFF file. What about No, QuickTime Player refuses to do anything useful unless you have the Pro version. And even then, I'm not sure if it will. Okay, I'm not gonna look for a tool to convert files right now, so I'm just gonna do it on my other computer here. Because on Mac OS X I have socks, which is pretty nice. Okay, that's converted, then let's go download it. Cool. Then we gotta put it in there. Samples folder. And change the path here. That did not work either. Let's clear that and try again. Not found. Wait, this path cannot be correct. Because yeah, because it's on the desktop. Okay, I'm not sure how you can actually make a path to the desktop folder. Probably it's not like this. Maybe desktop folder. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this was not just a guess. I remember seeing this in the file system back in the days. Okay, so we got a repeating kick, but why does that actually happen? Also, let's try if this WAV file now works. Yes, it does, so we don't need to bother with the AIFFs. I'm gonna just remove that one. Old samples still useful for you, that's nice. Yeah, I don't know how old these samples are. I mean, these come from SuperDirt, but probably they come from elsewhere before that. That's been, I guess, kind of an issue with SuperDirt, or rather the Dirt samples collection, that some of the sources of the samples are a bit unclear, and for that reason it's also a bit unclear who has the rights to them and to distribute them and that kind of thing, but nobody seems to care in practice, although there is an effort to make like a clean default sample pack for SuperDirt. Yeah, play buff. So alright, so actually it's the last two parameters that determine the loop. So, okay, what if I just leave them out? I guess they default to the same values. So this is maybe a bit of a problem now, because I would like one invocation of this synth to play exactly one repeat of the sample. Also, let's make this into a pattern that will allow me to see how badly this actually fails with the looping. So I'm just gonna have note 0. The number is not really gonna mean anything here. Duration can be 0.5 for now. I don't know, 1. And then we're gonna use again boolean.pattern spawn in which we put the play buff. Like so. So now what I suspect will happen is that we'll get multiple layers of that looping sample. Just considering that that's a risk, let's lower the volume a little. Yeah, that is exactly what happens, and that's not exactly what I want. So let's look at play buff again. What about other UGens for dealing with samples? I remember there were some others. If I go back to UGen ref sheet, Okay, no, that is the only one for playing samples. Or so it seems. I guess we can use an envelope. Right, that makes sense. So, because I think that is anyway how we'll have to limit the lifetime of this events that we spawn. So, wrap this in an env-gen. I guess line n is gonna be fine. I'll just put 0 on the attack and release. And then we need the duration here, which now is I guess it's the size of the signal, which is kicksound.size divided by the sample rate. I would actually kick buff here. And probably we would want to store this. You know, it's actually possible that we can already get the duration from sound file. Let's try that. So if we get the sound file, let's try posting kick sound.duration, just in case that's something that exists. A sound file. No, wait, what am I doing? Like so. Yeah, okay, so we can get the duration straight from the sound file, so we don't need to do our silly little division here. Okay, let's try that. Yes. I'm gonna turn that up a little and then maybe turn down some of the other elements. And we can get something going. Maybe add a bit of a fill here. yeah. Still don't think that's the most exciting tune I've written, but it is now shaping up to be... Okay, so the important thing tonight is not the tune that is happening here, but rather the workflow that is shaping up. And yeah, so now I have patterns. I can play synths, I can play samples with them. What if... Okay, let's bring in one more sample. What do we have here? We have some claps and snares. I guess the clap might be fine. Yeah, let's go with the clap. So a little bit of copy paste here. Was there a find and replace function here? There is, but the keyboard shortcut does something else fun. Okay, well, we can use the find dialog. Okay, that did not work at all. Let's just try to do it from here. Did also not work. What? Okay, never mind, I'm doing this manually. Now this is where I could really use Emacs. But unfortunately, that's not gonna happen. And also we see again some repetition happening here, so I definitely am gonna refactor this a little bit at some point, but probably not tonight. So now we can do something interesting, which is actually, okay, yeah, here's definitely one thing I'm gonna have to think about how to abstract. So it's a bit of a problem here that we have the sound file and then we have the buffer and they're in separate variables. I would like to have access to all of the data related to one sample in like one object. And that's of course not too hard to do with some kind of wrapper, but I'm not doing it now. Instead, okay, so let's start by alternating between notes 0 and 1, and the way we're gonna interpret that is we're gonna have a buffer, and that's gonna be the result of indexing into, whoops, this should be clap buff. The result of indexing into this array. Actually, let's extract note into a variable. Like so, and then we do a similar thing for the sound. Then that lets us use sound and buff over here. So now we should get both samples. Yep. And now, the thing with drums, of course, is that you often want to play multiple of them at a time. So here's where we could really use that chord functionality, which I don't have yet. Or rather, polyphony functionality, to use a more general term. However, for now, I'm gonna hack it a little. So I'm just gonna put in those 0 durations that I talked about earlier. And that should allow us to emulate polyphony. Yeah, so that way we can get kick and a clap going at the same time when we want it, but as you can see, this very quickly becomes quite unwieldy. I would not want to write any complicated drum patterns this way. Although, maybe this could lead to some happy accidents when you make some mistakes and then you get something totally unexpected. So, you know, there's different sides to everything. But, yeah. I think with that, I am gonna start wrapping up. So, I think tonight was actually quite a success. We made a lot of progress towards actually making music. Or at least, yeah, well, toward a tool for making music without getting lost in boilerplate and weird control structures and all that stuff, and also improved over the previous sequencing method I used by only using CPU when sounds are actually playing. And that is one thing I did not yet really address. So the fact, or the functionality of being able to toggle parts on and off while the track is playing. That would not be hard to add to this code, I think. But you know, I gotta leave some content for future streams as well. And also, I'm getting kind of tired, so I need to take a break. And actually grab some food. But yeah, patterns in SuperCollider 2, and I think this serves maybe as a bit of a showcase of how powerful the actual language is in terms of being able to create these abstractions that are very, very compact, really, containing only the relevant information for expressing your musical ideas. That is one of the things I really like about SuperCollider. And it's cool to see that that kind of has been here from the start. Or at least from version 2. I don't know about SuperCollider 1, that's something I haven't used. Maybe one day we can do a super retro deep dive and try the very first version of SuperCollider, if I can still find that somewhere. But to be honest, I'm maybe not that interested in doing that in the near future. Because what I want to do is just have a Mac OS 9 based Algorave live setup. You might ask, like, why is that specifically my goal? And I don't really maybe have a good answer to that. I just think it's fun. I have fond memories of using Mac OS 9. I like its aesthetic. I kinda like the primitiveness of it when it comes to things like memory management, multitasking, and that kind of stuff. But also, this, I guess, kind of ties into a more general theme in my Algorave music making that I've been exploring. Though a lot of that is not really published yet, but the theme is basically time and manipulation of time. And there's of course many ways to interpret that, but one way is in a very literal way, where you have sequences and you're manipulating, for example, the clock in various ways. I have some fun physical controller, well, a prototype basically for physical control of tempo in a performance situation, and it's also, I'm not gonna talk about it in detail right now, but I think it's also in a way kind of humorous. So it's great. It creates a funny performance situation, I would say. More on that in the future. Then there is stuff like the Risei rhythms that I explored on a video that's now maybe a year or two ago. It's on my YouTube. So a Risei rhythm, yeah, that's one way to manipulate time, where the track is constantly slowing down or speeding up, or at least that's the feeling you get, although really it's just a clever way of organizing the sound events so that it sounds like that. And then there is kind of traveling backwards in time and bringing musical tools of the past into the present, which is, well, what I've been doing here. So, you know, time and manipulation of it. That is like in Finnish I would say punainen lanka, the red thread, which is like an expression, a way of saying that there's some kind of thing that goes through a variety of different things and like is like an overarching theme or something that ties them all together or something like that. But yeah. Yes. I cannot stress enough that I am very happy with tonight's results. This has really inspired me to keep going with this retro SuperCollider thing, which was on a bit of a break for reasons I kind of got into before, where yeah, I needed to learn how to use Spawn in order to achieve my musical goals, and it was a little daunting, but now I've pretty much done it. And I've built some nice abstractions on top of that. Okay, I think you at this point get the gist of this. Yep. That is the end of Retro SuperCollider Part 3. Thank you to everyone for joining in. Today was also an unusually lively stream. We had people chatting, and that's really nice. Thank you for that. That also motivates me to keep doing this. So yeah, thanks a lot, and if you didn't catch the whole thing, it's gonna be on my YouTube immediately after I press stop streaming, I think. I'll have to see when I can do another stream. It seems like I'm often doing them on Fridays now because of scheduling details with my partner, so maybe next Friday, but I can't really promise anything. There's also a theater festival here in Helsinki called Baltic Circle, which actually started today, and it's gonna go on until the end of next week, so I might end up going there. I'm not sure what. I haven't looked at the program that much yet, but yeah, Baltic Circle is something that I am also, as part of a particular group working with, we are gonna have some program there in the year 2024, so next year. But more on that later as well. Exciting times, I think, in terms of projects. But yes, that'll be everything. Thank you once more for watching, listening. Follow me on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. My TikTok actually has some kind of unique stuff that I haven't really bothered posting elsewhere, because it's just an easy platform to, I don't know, post short snippets on. So yeah, I recommend following me there if you have an account. It's maybe even my most active social media nowadays. Which is not to say that it's very active, but you know. Like, follow, subscribe, press all the buttons. And by pressing buttons is how we make the computer make sounds eventually. Nice bird. Yes, thank you, it is. I don't know if you saw the stream where we made this, but I created this background picture in Bryce 3D. So I didn't really do any modeling here myself, but I did materials, and then this pigeon was one of the models that were included with the software, and you know, I like pigeons, so of course I had to bring it into the scene. Speaking of 3D, actually, I have been learning a little bit of Blender. I haven't really used it for much yet, but maybe that's something I can do some streams about in the future. It's maybe a topic that's more, in some ways, accessible than, you know, retro computing and programming with obsolete music systems. So, but yeah, I'll have to think about what would be a good, like, theme if I were to do something like that. Yeah, I've tried a little bit of modeling, then, well, basically I made a very low poly bird model, then I wanted to rig it, and that's where it kind of gets pretty difficult. So I kind of got stuck on that, and then I haven't touched it in a while, but would it be interesting to try that again? Because, yeah, being able to create my own 3D models and rigs and whatever would be really nice. That would open up some possibilities for, well, first of all, like live visuals during music performances, which is something I've done every now and then. Like, I'll have, for example, shaders and stuff playing with the music. But yeah, lots of exciting things, but maybe that's enough about 3D for now, and enough about things in general. Thank you. Ending soon, yes, definitely. I have a tendency to get sidetracked and go on tangents about interesting topics, but now I will actually end. So I'll shut down the Power Mac. And yeah, see you on the next stream. I actually remembered that I was supposed to make like an end screen for my stream, but then I forgot. So for now, just enjoy this and I'll let this tune play to the end. Thank you, good night.